Hello. Okay. Okay, let me close that. Oh, okay. So, hi guys. I'm Shantae, and today I just wanted to be able to be available for you all. I've been getting so many questions from people regarding the High5 work from home program. So you can do different tasks related to cleaning, grocery shopping, anything. You'll be getting paid to record your own task. Okay, maybe everybody is busy. It's like, let me turn the brightness down. Hello. So we're here today for questions about the High5 platform. If anyone has any questions related to how the pay works, how the applications work, this is the time to shoot me questions. How do I even do this? Hello. Do you have any questions? Hi. Oh my goodness, this is so weird. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking. How are you? Awesome, awesome. Okay. Hey, Coach Kayla. Are you talking about my YouTube channel as a whole? So it's about various parts of my life. But today's live is focused on work from home jobs, side gigs, and whatnot. So I recently joined this platform called High5. And I've been sharing that information with people, because it's super flexible. And people have been sending me so many questions to my inbox on different social media platforms. So I'm trying to do a solid and answer people's questions, in real time since I was getting so many. And now I'm like, where y'all at? But anyway, so it's a task app that, like, the application starts, it's only like 3 to 5 minutes, very simple. So you would apply through my link that I have posted, like in my bio and the comments and stuff. And it's just simple, like your name, your address, etc., what kind of cell phone you have, because they have to send you a headset. So this, it doesn't come like this. You have to put it together. So they have to send you a headset, because, okay, hold on. It goes like this, so you wear it and you're recording the task that you're doing. So various tasks could be that you're washing your dishes, you are walking your dog, you are folding clothes, doing laundry, hanging up clothes, vacuuming the floor. All of those counts as tasks that you can be recording, to upload it and get paid for it. So they pay at a rate of $13 an hour. There's no background check, right? So if anyone is pending charges or felonies or anything like that, they're they don't have to worry about that. They don't have to worry about if they got fired from last jobs or if they're going to have a good recommendation, because they're not calling anyone. So no background check, in criminal or employment verification. Um, and also, what else? So you just have to be 18 years and up, and live in the U.S. Did I explain that all the way? Maybe not. Ask me some more questions. But the purpose of the app, or the job, is so that we can train, that the company can use that information to train robots. So if you're not AI happy, then it wouldn't be a job for you. But if you are okay knowing that AI is here to stay, they're not taking over the world and taking all of our jobs, right? But the technology is advancing. And so, I think a lot of us have to get comfortable with that, or get left behind. So, good question, Kayla. Because you can do this at home and commercial. So, I didn't even let that cat out of the bag to a bunch of people yet. That there is a residential side of the app, and then there's a commercial side. So, the residential portion is going to be all the things that you're doing at home, right? The task from home, grocery shopping, right? If you don't mind looking a little funny while you're in the grocery store or at a mall shopping or whatever, like it doesn't matter what you're shopping for, but shopping counts as a residential task. Walking your dog counts as a residential task. Um, and again, the other things that I already mentioned, those were residential tasks. But as far as commercial, there's different things from construction workers. They could be recording this. People who do hair, right? Maids, people who work in warehouses, if they're dealing with sorting boxes and labeling and packaging and all of that stuff, they can be recording their work. And it's almost like you're getting double pay to an extent, right? I mean, granted, I don't know their wage per hour, but now you could be elevating that and getting at least the $13 an hour. So, I mean, I think it's pretty cool. Mechanics, right? While they're fixing cars or whatever, that could be on there. Maids at hotels or maids that clean like Airbnbs, those count, right? So, sorry. Okay. So, yeah. So, those count, um, which is good. So, again, they just have to be in the United States. So, there's no limit, like there's no standard on how many times you can complete the same task. Sometimes you might not see a certain task available, but typically you can repeat the same task multiple times. Like I have done my dishes several times while recording. Another task that I do is mowing my grass because I don't want to pay anybody because I'm cheap. And so, besides not paying them, now I can actually be paying myself to cut my own grass. And then, if I'm feeling really charitable or whatever, like they don't care if it's not your grass, right? If your neighbor is like, hey, cut my grass too, you can be cutting their grass, right? Whether they're paying you or whether it's free, just you could be recording that as well. Um, so, I've done my laundry, like folding and everything, vacuuming all the time. I'm an autism mom, in case some of you haven't noticed that. And so my house gets fairly messy rather quickly. Um, and so there's always some type of work to do as far as cleaning up and tidying up. So I've done that several different times. The pay, do you guys want to know some things about the pay? So, because I know I already said that it's $13 an hour. The video uploads are done in 30-minute increments. And so it doesn't have, like, say you're on a time crunch and you don't have 30 minutes to commit to something, or like your task is shorter than 30 minutes, you still can upload a 15-minute video or something like that. It's just that each video can't be longer than 30 minutes. However, once you submit that video, you can go ahead and do another 15 or 30 minutes of the same task if you want to. So it's really pretty easy. Payout is once a week on Mondays. So every Monday they pay out. Now, the only thing about that is they do have a minimum amount that you have to like achieve before you're allowed to cash out. So you have to have at least $100 worth of funds in there for them to either give you on the next Monday, like the Monday that the pay is, or the following Monday. And if you reach it before then, or the following week, if you need to then do like an instant cash out, they do have that option, long as you have already gotten to that $100 threshold. So they can deposit into all kinds of accounts. So whether it's like PayPal or a regular bank, anything. So yes, so weekly pay. And they're not assigning the task at all. You're choosing what you want to do. So it's super flexible for parents, or for people who already have multiple gigs, because they're not telling you when to clock in, when to clock out. If I wanted to fold clothes at midnight and turn my camera on, I can. Um, when you say, hi, Aliu, when you say $13 per hour, does that equate to an hour of footage? Correct. Yes. So, um, oh, well, I guess I can tell you guys something that I did. I made an error just once. So I can tell you so that you don't make this mistake. Um, I thought I had hit record on my phone, and it turns out that it actually wasn't recording. But fortunately, it wasn't too long because, again, all videos can't be any longer than 30 minutes, anyhow. But yeah, so unfortunately, this job is, I guess I would speak in a profession that I'm familiar with. So, like social work, right? They say if it's not written down, it didn't happen. And so with this type of job, you can basically think, okay, if it wasn't recorded, it didn't happen. There's no writing HR and saying like, oh, I messed up and I didn't get to record this or whatever. Like, that's a personal problem. Yep. So per video, Kayla, and the time per video, basically. Would you guys like to see the app? I don't know how clear it will look from this point of view, but I definitely can show if anyone is interested. Are any of you parents? Do you have children at home? Okay. So great. I would definitely show you guys the app in a second. The one thing I want to just say really quickly about children being at home. So it is super flexible where, like, if you have some noise in the background, that's not necessarily a problem if you have a baby crying or a kid making some other noises. However, just due to like privacy reasons and stuff, oh, your dogs are fine. Due to privacy reasons, like they don't want minors in the videos so that we don't have like any issues with that. Um, okay. Okay. So I guess let me also go back to the application process. So when you do the quick 3 to 5 minute application, um, that gets submitted. You choose a date that you would like to have an intro call. On the intro call, it's basically a large team meeting. So online, you don't have to have your camera on. You can have your camera on. Just make sure you mute it, your device as well. Um, and so basically, they're just going to be explaining about the platform, how things work, and also allowing you the opportunity to pay for your headset because so the headset that I was showing you guys earlier, you have to pay through their link that they give you, and they order the headset and it gets delivered to you within a few days. So that headset is $25. And then there's a platform fee, just a flat one-time fee of $15. So the total is to start would be $40. However, the price of your headset, which is the $25, is able to be refunded if you complete, I think it's like 15 hours within the first 7 days. So if you complete that many hours in the first 7 days, then essentially you'll be getting the $25 reimbursement back. And so then basically all you have paid in order to, be allowed this opportunity is the $15 investment. So for me, I mean, I think it makes sense. I mean, of course, I know a lot of people aren't comfortable paying things up front, and that's why I definitely wanted to get on here and do this, because I get asked all the time, is this a scam? Is this legit? And it's definitely legit. It's just that you have to pay for that piece of equipment. But it's like, even if you're spending the $15, it's like you can get it back easily. And the reason that I love this as a side hustle is because it's like, you don't have to, at least, go outside of your way to try to, find work. It's like, this is stuff that most of us are doing in the house already, right? Like Coach Kayla. So when you're walking your dogs, right, if you're trying to get your exercise and go for a mile walk or whatever with your dogs, you could be recording that. When you're cleaning them and bathing them, you can record that, right? Or for people who have cats, like cleaning out the kitty litter and stuff like that. Gardening, for all the people who know how to garden. Unfortunately, I don't have a green thumb, so the most I can do is cut my grass, but no planting for me. But that counts, right? Mowing my grass or getting down on your hands and knees and pulling weeds, right? And that's pretty time consuming. Think about like the things that a lot of us probably don't enjoy doing anyway. Like the other day, I finally, because now this gave me an incentive to clean a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie, I was excited to clean a little bit more. So I was able to like deep clean my fridge, like taking everything out, wiping it all down, checking dates, expiration dates. And it's like, normally I'll let a lot of time lapse before I deep clean a fridge, and also deep cleaning my oven, right? So getting down on my hands and knees and actually scrubbing and being able to see through the glass of the oven. So that was good. If you do need any incentive, if you're not a person that naturally just likes to clean, then that was pretty helpful. All right. So let me see. Hopefully you guys can see this clearly. Okay, sorry. I don't think I finished. Again, I'm ADHD. I'm sorry. I have to just tell that. All right. So we said the intro call, you order your equipment, and then the following week, so typically by like that Monday, you have one more meeting, which is basically like the orientation. And that's when they give you all your login information, right? So people keep saying, what's the app? What's the app? It's not like Uber or something like that, where you go ahead and just download an app and everyone has access to create an account. You have to attend the intro call first after you put in the application, pay for your device. Once you have your device, then that orientation is when they're walking you through how to log into your account. Like they give you your login information, they assign it to you. And if you have questions, there's like usually always a number that you can text once you get started. Like, they're pretty supportive. And when you don't hear anything back, you'll have a person like me that is willing to share some information or give some different tips. All right. So, yeah. So once they activate you, basically, usually after that orientation that day, if there's no issues with your, if you're understanding how to work the app and you set up your headset, because they're going to show you how to set up the headset correctly. So once that's all done and you know how to put your phone in the headset and upload your recordings, you're good to go ahead and log in and start recording your tasks. So I don't know. Okay, hold on, wait. Sorry, my screen. Sorry. So this is, that app with the M, it's the Minute app. Sorry, I'm sure that was Cricket a little bit. So yeah, so this is the app right here. So the Minute app, when you open it, it's going to show the different tasks that are available. So see, it says all tasks, miscellaneous tasks, tidying up tasks. So like we can just click on the different ones. So furniture assembly, right? Like if you stay, well, you guys can't see it probably because it's so bright. So I'll just read some of the things to you. Um, Furniture assembly, like if you're ordering stuff from IKEA constantly, or if you're having a baby and you're putting together a crib or something like that, you can be recording that. I already said cleaning the kitty litter box. Um, if you have to hang pictures and drill things and like put decorations on the wall, that counts. If you have to organize your garage, that's an option. Pressure washing your house. I don't know how to do that yet, but if you do, that counts. I already said the grocery shopping, as well as even putting the groceries away. So, like, if you're putting all your canned goods in one area versus your shelf stable foods, then that's fine too. Brewing coffee, loading the car, setting up a bar or drink station. So, whether it's an alcoholic beverage or what, checking your engine and adding oil for your car, cleaning your appliances. So, your oven, your coffee makers, your fridge, all of those will count. Making a sandwich. So, for me, that'll often probably be like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Um, if you have to wash your car and you don't just go through the car wash, if you wash your car manually, that counts as a task. Changing a tire, changing sheets, making the bed, changing light bulbs, checking tire pressure, tidying up your desk area. If your desk sometimes gets a little bit overcrowded like mine, you can take the time to tidy that up and, have your headset on. So full yard maintenance, like I was saying about cutting your grass or pulling weeds, cleaning your gutters, hanging curtains, hanging clothes on hangers. If you're decorating for the holidays, right? Like there was a point where I was probably really obsessed with Christmas. So, and I was really meticulous about where my Christmas decorations would go and how everything would look. And so that could count, right? Like as you're preparing for holidays, if you're moving, all the, packing that you're doing in the boxes, or if you just had a party, like if you had a birthday party for your kids or something, and now you have to clean up, there's a party cleanup button. And patching walls, if you have holes in your walls or whatever. Cleaning your patio. So whether that's a balcony from like an apartment or whether somebody has a house with a patio out back, if you have to like wipe down that furniture and stuff, that all counts. If you have to sweep outside, or like I said, sweeping and mopping inside of your home, those count as tasks as well. Restocking your first aid kit, setting your table, organizing books on your shelf. If you are very back to old school and traditional where you have a bookshelf, then that works. Sorting recyclables, staining wood, taking out the trash, but that's a pretty quick task unless, I don't know, you have to have a lot of trash. But anyway, even if you did click the task for taking out the trash, you don't have to just upload that 2 minutes or less, that time that it takes you to like get the bag, tie it up, and throw it out. You can keep continuing recording as long as you're doing stuff that's on the app, right? So like washing the dishes, folding the clothes, like those different tasks that I listed. If you then go to one of those, then that's fine. You don't necessarily have to like go back or whatever. You can still just continue, and then just make sure you stop it at the 30-minute mark, and then you can sorry, you can submit it. Do you have to use the headset? Could you possibly use footage from Meta glasses with the same point of view? I wish, but no. So the thing is, yes, Meta glasses are so cool and so convenient, but unfortunately, the app, is not set up to then function with Meta glasses yet, right? So, not saying that they won't um, have like some advancement in the technology and change that anytime soon, but for now, you do have to have an actual physical headset and have your phone basically like this with the camera side. Oops, sorry, camera side up, pointing down at the task that you're doing. So it'll be recording it. And basically, what they're looking for is they are watching your different hand movements, because the point of this is to, again, is to train robots, right? And so, just like if we think about Roomba, like the vacuum cleaner, or the fact that we have Teslas and other cars driving people around, those are all, that's all a part of like the same similar technology, right? And sometimes I think I'm sure you guys probably seen it too, where you have the robots on the street dancing and stuff like that. It's like because they're mimicking like human motion and movement. And so that's the main thing with this too, is that we want the robots to be able to see our hands and how we do things. And that's really it. So there's no micromanaging, because I know I can't stand to be micromanaged on a job. So that's one reason that I really love it. In addition to, like I said, the flexibility of logging in and out when you want to. And there's no limit on the amount of time that you wanted to do it. So if you wanted to wear this thing for 13 hours a day, like if you really had that time and energy and actually had the work to do some way, somehow, you can. So there's no limit on like, oh, you can only do 40 hours a week. So it's basically similar to like other gig work, like YouTube, or I mean, not YouTube, sorry, Uber, DoorDash, those kind of things, where they're not necessarily limiting the amount of hours that you do per day or per week. This is the same type of concept. So basically, I consider it like gig work, but it's gig work from home, which is good because now we can save gas. It's expensive out there. Um, but yeah, that was a good point, Aliu, about being able to wear the Meta glasses. So I will definitely try to keep asking. I do like to bug them every now and then. Just asking about any updates or like any changes. Are there any other questions? Thank you guys for showing up. Okay. Well, while I still have a couple of you here, I don't know if anyone else is going to continue joining, but I can go ahead and start talking about the commercial tasks, since I didn't list, all of those. So, um, okay. So right here, there is, wait, hold on. Sorry. So under account, it says organization. So right now, I'm on the residential side because that's the task that I'm doing. However, if I want to click it over to commercial task, then all I would do would be to click this button, switch it to commercial. And then once I go back to the home button, now it's going to be showing me commercial tasks. So some of the commercial tasks: agriculture, if you're planting, if you're a farmer, you're planting seeds or something. Like I said, any work that you do taking care of animals. If someone is a dog walker and they already get paid to walk dogs, now you could be recording it and getting paid more money to walk that dog. So like I said, mechanics, so automotive service, AV and cable management. So if you're running, connecting, and taping down audio or visual cables, that will count. If you are trying to test some type of battery, like battery testing and replacement, brake pad and rotor service. So if you're removing the wheel and the caliper and all that good stuff, that can count. If there was someone that's a butcher, So people that work at Publix or grocery stores like Walmart or whatever, like if the meat doesn't already come pre-chopped and you actually have to chop it, right? So whether it's a small business, it doesn't matter. You don't have to work for a mega billion-dollar company to qualify, as long as you have the actual task to do or to accomplish. And even people that do have their like homesteading and working from their own farms and have their own animals. I've definitely seen a lot of people do that, or not a lot, but a few people do that. I don't think I could be hanging my own chickens and stuff, but if you do, then that type of stuff will be counting. Um, like I said, washing cars. So that's on the residential side. Plus, if you're doing it on a commercial level, like doing with actual buffing and all the fancy equipment and gear. Car interior vacuum, carpet extraction. So this is really great for people who are super handy, like if, or a handyman, like I'm getting all these ideas. If you're a handyman and you have all this stuff to do, like there, extra funds. Cart and basket retrieval. So the people outside of Walmart or Piggly Wiggly or Kroger who have to retrieve the baskets that are in the middle of the parking lot and they want to go ahead and put those back. That counts, right? And if you're doing that all day, record that all day. Now submit it. Now you get a few more dollars per hour. Hi, Charles. How are you? Car wheel and tire dressing. So clean the wheels and tires, then apply the dressing to the tires for a finished look. If you put together chairs, so delivery people who work at like front or either contract with like furniture warehouses and you have to go to people's houses and put together different furniture, then that counts, right? Like if you're putting together a table and chairs for someone and setting that up, you can record that process, or beds or entertainment centers. If there's someone that you know in your life that is a janitor, right? Or they do commercial type of cleaning and they own their own cleaning business. Again, now they can make a little bit more money, right? Because so it says whether it's cleaning offices, schools, or commercial buildings, which also includes sweeping, mopping, vacuuming, restroom sanitation, etc. So commercial or line cook, right? So people that work in the restaurants, whether you're a head chef or not, you could be recording how you prepare your food. Construction, right? Like, and that's an all day type of job, right? So you'll get plenty of hours if you're recording that. So if any construction workers, crop sorting, cutting materials, so whether that's like leather or some other type of fabric, if you know someone that repairs devices, right? Like they know how to repair computers or other technology devices. Now, again, this is the commercial side of the platform. So this would be for, hi, Miss Quetta. Thank you. Thank you. Today, we're just reviewing, this High5 platform. If any of you have any questions, if you need to know how to sign up or how could this benefit you or a loved one in any kind of way, like please let me know, ask questions. So anybody who works with pipes, like a plumber or drain cleaning and clearing, they can record this. People who build houses or hang drywall, that's up there. Again, for farmers, egg collection and candling. So people who make, if you have this like type of niche and you make your own candles, right? Or, and again, it could be for small business owners. It doesn't have to be someone that's, known all over. It's like, if that's a business that you have, if that's a side hustle that you have, doing hair or something like that, record it, submit it, right? Like, because you're showing your skill, and you'll get paid for that. So yes, I did say doing hair, cutting hair for barbers, and hairstylists, that counts. Embroidery, like, so people who are sewing, making clothes, any of that type of stuff, If you put on events like organizing, setting up tables or anything like that, replacing filters or other components, like, so whether that's for air filters, or like for a car, if you're like replacing the filter or giving like a tune up, they would want to see that. If you strip floors and wax them, if you package food, seal food, even if you do food prep, right? If you like know someone who does catering on the side, or they have a cupcake business or something like that, they can be recording themselves, like, cooking and preparing the food, and, mixing all of the ingredients, putting in their little packages and putting the labels on the containers and whatnot. So food production, line operation, food production, sanitation, food service, back of the house. So like, again, in restaurants or, some type of cafeteria, whether it's a hospital or a school or something like that, those people are considered back of the house, right? So if you're helping with the dishes or whatever, or other type of prep, they could be recording that. And it's the same rate. So it's the same $13 per hour, whether it's a residential task or whether it's a commercial task, it's the same pay rate. And so if any of you do join, when you pay your initial fee, you have access to both sides of the platform. Working in a greenhouse, right? We already said I don't have a green thumb, so this wouldn't be me at all. But if, someone, so yeah, like those people at Home Depot, or Lowe's, that are working outside and dealing with plants and stuff, or may have to like take care of them, that counts as a commercial task. Hand or machine sewing. If you're installing some type of hardware, so hinges, cabinets, and anything like that. Hospitality, housekeeping. So back to where I was talking about like, hotel maids, right? Or even if you clean Airbnbs, or if you own your own Airbnb, right? Like if you rent out your property, technically that's your job, that's your business. You can go ahead and record that, right? If you don't like contract that work out to someone else. Hotel amenity restocking, hotel bathroom deep cleaning, hotel bed making, hotel laundry operations, right? So the sorting, the washing, the drying, the folding of linens, towels, all of that counts. If you're cleaning the pool and spa area of a hotel, dealing with the trash, any people that do HVAC, that's an option. Industrial washer and dryer operations. So again, this is for people on like a large scale, whether they own their own business or however they're doing it, and they're using those like large machines, or, whether it's like at a dry cleaners or something and they're folding people's clothes up, they can be recording their work. So injection machine molding. So it says load material, monitor the molding cycle. Monitor the molding cycle and remove finished parts from the machine, checking for obvious something. Insulation. If you're installation for a living, you could be recording that and now getting an extra $13 per hour. Ironing and folding. So I think that also would be kind of like with the dry cleaning stuff, because it says stack and store them or something like that for delivery. Irrigation setup and repair. You lay out, connect, and adjust irrigation lines and emitters, repair leaks or clogs. You can be recording that. Kitchen and trash, recycling and removing. If you do any type of manufacturing assembly, so whether you work on a production line. So I'm not sure if that might be the one where I was talking about, like, hey, people who work at Amazon warehouses or something like that, as long as obviously if you're, if it's not your personal business and you work for a company, then you want to make sure that you're following like whatever rules that they have set in place, as far as like privacy or something, like, if you have permission to do that, because if they don't care, if there's like, if you're not showing sensitive information, clients' addresses or personal contact stuff, than recording it and making extra money, like a post office or something like that, UPS, loading outbound trucks. So whether you're moving pallets and all of that, a lobby and common area cleaning, luggage handling. So whether that's like at an airport or somewhere, or just like hotels, meal prep, nail care. How many of us might have our own nail business? Again, you don't have to work at a major salon for somebody else. Are you hustling and doing your, that business as a side hustle from home, right? Or wherever you're doing it from? You could be recording that and getting the extra funds. Oil and fluid change. So, of course, like I said, mechanics. Order picking. So it says walk the pick paths to pull items from shelves, and scanner or pick list. And technically, this can also count with like certain DoorDashers or Instacart people, right? Like if you are picking through the groceries and stuff, right? So not just like the regular order of Uber Eats. If you're just picking up a meal, then that's not what I'm talking about. But if you have it where it's like, okay, you got to go into Dollar General or somewhere, or pick up somebody's Walmart order or something like that, you could be also then recording that. That's good. What about for those people that don't want to tip, right? Or don't tip as high as you would have liked? It's like, now here is a little extra incentive, right, to get a little few more dollars. Packing and labeling. If you fix outlet and wires, painting and priming, part layout and marking. If you cut pipes or fitting for a living, you could be recording this. Plastic chair manufacturing, plumbing fixture installation, price tagging and signage. Again, grocery stores, malls. So probably like the people who typically they're probably working overnight doing that type of work, stocking the shelves and stuff like that. And if you're putting prices and all that, that counts. So if someone works in quality assurance, inspection, receiving and unloading, so of trucks or goods, recycling and other hauling, restaurant dishwashing, restaurant kitchen deep clean, restaurant line setup and breakdown, restroom restock and disinfection, retail stocking, room turnover. Again, what I'm saying about salon, hair, styling, and grooming, right? It says wash, cut, style, or groom hair using the appropriate tools and products, capturing the process. So you don't have to work in a hair salon. If you do that as a business or side hustle, you braid hair, you perm hair, cut hair, whatever, that's commercial work, right? That you could be recording. The only thing with that is, again, no minors because of privacy reasons. So if you're doing a kid's hair, then that's a no-go having someone else's child on video, being that this information is getting shared, but if you're recording an adult client and just showing like the back of their hair as someone is doing hair, extra funds, right? And most people that braid hair and stuff, or barbers, they're up on their feet all day standing there. And it's like, that wouldn't be in your way at all to have a headset on and now getting a few extra dollars. If you have any work to do where you're sanding or surface prepping, shelf restocking and facing, shoemaking. I don't know how many people probably make shoes, but anyway, that is there. A site cleanup, probably more so for like construction or something like that. Soiled linen sorting and loading. If you have to set up a stage or equipment, so that could be like DJs or people that are in theater and whatnot. It says show the setup and later breakdown of the stage, the section, the risers, the equipment for an event. Staining and finishing. So applying stain, sealer, or finish to wood pieces. This would count. If you fix thermostats, so AC, HVAC, people. Tire dismount. So I already said like stuff about cars. Trimming and deflashing parts. So I don't know what that is. It says trim sprues runners, and flash from molded parts using hand tools, leaving clean finished pieces. Still have no idea what that means. So, um, warehouse cycle counting and inventory, right? If you have to walk aisles all day at work, again, like Amazon people or something, like as long as, and let me stop saying Amazon. If you're at like a warehouse or something and you have to walk the aisles and that's something that you're doing all day, again, you're taking now the money that that company is paying you in addition to the $13 an hour that you're going to get for recording the uploaded footage from here. So warehouse logistics, water heater replacement, weld inspection, wheel balancing, window and glass cleaning, wood cutting, woodworking, animal feeding and watering, car pre-soak and wash, agriculture, hand harvesting, and agriculture landscaping grounds. So that's the end of the commercial task. So I'm still going to stay on here a little bit longer, but did any of you all or anyone that's left, did you have any questions about the High5 application process, or, like, is it something that you're interested in? Let me know, because I know some people tuned in later and may have missed some of the things that I said. So just feel free to let me know. Oh, Miss Queta. Okay. I don't know if you're still on here. Sorry. It says, I joined in late. I don't know if I missed the part about the headset. Please show me where you purchased your headset. So you're going to purchase the headset through, I don't have the link. You're going to purchase the headset through the employer, right? So through the High5 company. So remember, like I said, when you guys do your application, it's like a 3 to 5 minute quick application. And then it should be prompting you to show like a calendar on the screen. And that's when you click the date and time that you're going to be available for the intro call, right? So once you then get on the intro call, or it might say even interview, don't panic. It's not a formal interview. They're not about to ask you questions like, so tell me about a time when you had to do X, Y, and Z. No, they're not asking all of that. They're not doing background checks. They don't care about, previous jobs. If you were late every day, or you quit and walked out, or you told your boss to, do something negative or whatever, none of that matters. But yes, so during that intro call, that's when they're going to let you know about the fees to start. And so I was explaining this earlier, that the fees to start are just the $15 platform fee, which is a one-time fee. And that will give you access to both the residential side that I was talking about, as far as like the daily tasks that you do in your home, or walking your dog, or going grocery shopping, or shopping at a mall for clothes, or back to school stuff for your kids. Those count as the residential, like personal type of task. But you also can have access to the commercial task, if you do any other side hustle or work related to that, or eventually get hired related to that. You can also record that. But anyway, you would pay the $25 for the headset. Now, so that means the total to start is $40. I know it seems like a lot for some people. However, the $25 for the headset is refundable, right? So they're going to give you the link in that first meeting to then buy the headset, right? Because by the time you go to the next meeting, which is like the orientation, so now it's like, okay, you're good to go. You are hired, right? Long as you know how to operate the app, right? And you're willing to learn if you don't already know, and you're willing to pay like the $40 to have the platform fee and the headset delivered, because they're going to put it in the system to deliver it to your house or whatever after you pay. So if you complete, I think it's 15 hours in your first 7 days, then you can get the $25 refund, right? So essentially you will get the money back for your headset, and then the total investment that you would have, invested total or lost is the $15 to have access to the platform. But again, if we're weighing like pros and cons, for me, I'm like, you can make that back, right? There's no one telling you can't work 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day, right? Like if you got that energy, do it. There's no limit on 40 hours a week, right? So if you want to upload 60, 70 hours of doing this type of stuff, so it's like you're not limited to making a certain amount of money, which is one of the reasons why it's like, okay, I'll go ahead and pay. So I paid uh, for my headset. They were charging initially $20, and I didn't finish my hours in time, but I still feel like it was worth it. Um, and I can show, since one of the big things. Hold on. I thought I purchased my headset on WAP for the headset. If it was only for the platform fee, I just got any int to purchase the correct headset. Can you tell me what you mean by that last part? And so I'm not sure um, about the platform fee versus the other, versus the headset, because when I started, there was not a platform fee at the time. I only had to pay for the headset, which was $20, and I didn't finish enough hours, so there's my $20, but I'm okay with that. But that's a question. Do you have Ashley's contact information? Because that's who you would like refer your questions to, if you think something's wrong, like, hey, like somebody was supposed to be calling me, or this was supposed to be coming in the mail, or I forgot how to log into my account, I need to reset something. You would be texting Ashley. So did you reach out to them, or matter of fact, let me see. Oh, also a thing that they recently just did this Sunday, which was so cool, is that they offered a bonus to the people that submit the most hours for that day only, for Sunday. For the top 10 people who put in the most hours, they were giving each of them $100 extra. Unfortunately, I seen the text message too late, like the alert that comes to your phone. So, okay. I guess I'll put it in the chat. Sorry. Three, 4, 2. Okay. All right. So I just placed Ashley's number in the chat. You just text, and speak any concern that you basically have. And they're usually really prompt on trying to get back to you, when they can. But if it's some issue related to a purchase or something, then definitely, I would be following up on that ASAP. Do you still have questions? You can save that number and then, still ask me. I can give you some time. Okay, I'm glad. So yes, you're welcome. And like I said, feel free to also share, not only Ashley's information, for people that have already applied, but for people that if you think they might be interested, you can give them my information. Oh, and actually, definitely before I end the video, something that I wanted to show actually. So besides the minute app that you like do your task in, I wanted to show you like the actual pay, right? Because that's a question that people are asking. Did you actually get paid? How do you know that it's legit? How do you know that it's real and it's not a scam? So give me 1 second to pull it up. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I'm just hiding my personal information. But so you see there where, oh, geez. Sorry. You guys probably can't fully see that because now the screen is so bright. Um, Maybe from here. Better? No, no, no. Okay. Promise I'm not lying. So they will, again, during orientation, like, because now that you're already like officially in, that's when they're going to also give you the login information to this right here, which is app.high5task.com. And then that's where you can like track your pay and stuff like that. And so it'll have your phone number, your email, all those like basic like account information. And so, and then here's like, um, so like where my last pay was, it was like $107.38 will be ready to cash out on Monday. And so in case you didn't hear it, I did say that pay is every Monday. And also you can do like an instant cash out. However, you have to have enough hours, right? Like you have to have at least $100 in order to be able to cash out, right? So basically $100 would equal about 7.5 hours worth of footage. So if you upload the 7.5 hours worth of footage, that counts, right? And you can check out, if you want to cash out to get like the funds to go to your PayPal or your bank account or something, like you can set up that direct deposit or instant cash out. But yeah, so if you didn't make the $100 minimum, like for the week, so basically you have up until Sunday at midnight to have already had everything uploaded. So then by Monday morning, the money could hit your account. So if by Sunday night you haven't met that minimum of like that 7.5 hours, then those earnings that you got, they'll just be rolling over to the following week. So just do the difference at minimum, at least do the difference. And then that's when you'll be able to cash out. Hi from Israel. How are you? So thanks for tuning in. But the job that I'm talking about today, it's actually only for U.S. residents. But thank you for tuning in for your support. But I will definitely be putting things about international jobs on my page as well. So if you want to subscribe and follow along for that, so you can get alerted if I put some like work from home jobs that are available for people internationally, then you can definitely feel free to follow along. But while you're here, if you have any questions, like if you have relatives in the US and you think some of them would be interested, if I don't know how long you were already tuning in, but if you have questions, feel free to let me know. Okay. So you don't have any questions, but thank you for coming to support. I appreciate it. Let me see if some other people are trying to get the info while we wait. Whew. Hope you're having a great day over there in Israel. What time is it? I don't even know. It is 6:57 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have no idea what time that is in your country, but again, thank you for tuning in. I need to drink some water. I'm having a headache. Oops. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Oh. Whew. I think I'm going to need an aspirin or something. Hello to anyone who just joined. Sorry. All right. So, did you have any questions about the High5 work from home job? So, I'll know where to start because I think everybody's on different levels. Some people are still in the very beginning stage where they're skeptical and thinking that they're getting scammed or something. So, I would like to know, as far as whoever just logged in, um, where you are in the process so that I can give you the answers that you need. Hi. All right. Give me one moment. Hello, hello. Hi. Okay, so where do we start? Um, because I went through the process already, but I just need to know where you are in the process with High5. Like, do you guys know anything about it yet, or what are your thoughts? Is this the first time you're hearing about High5? Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, Marissa. All right, so you said this is your first time hearing about this. Okay. So basically, what High5 is, it's a platform that allows people to do gig work, but from home, right? So kind of like um, how people do Uber driving or Instacart. All of those are gig works, right? Gig jobs, where you just like kind of log in, you do what you can on your own time, right? But this opportunity is actually really great because it can be done from home. So you don't have to be wasting gas, burning gas every day. So basically, what the platform does is that it pays you for the everyday tasks that you do around your house, right? So there's a list of tasks, and you have to record the task like as you're doing it. So a chore of some sort. So whether it's like washing dishes, doing laundry, right? Like if you have a bunch of clothes to fold and wash and hang up and all of that, like you can be recording that. And then when you upload the video, those that counts towards your hours, basically your worked hours, right? So it's basically you're getting paid based on the amount of footage, right? The time amount of footage that you upload. And so each upload can be a maximum of 30 minutes. However, if you still have more laundry to record, you can do it, right? So you still can submit that one and then continue that task versus starting a new task if you see fit. So as long as you're doing one of the tasks that's on the list, then you're good to go, and it's $13 an hour, right? So even if you do a 30-minute video record of you doing laundry, that's what, $6.50 of money that we didn't have before, right? So like I think that it's really worth it, in my opinion. Since I've started, I definitely haven't been disappointed. Um, and I am very ADHD. I do not like to clean. Just organization is not my thing. I'm not going to lie about it at all. Now washing dishes, I'm cool with that, but organizing and stuff, I don't. And now this just gives me like an incentive to be able to clean, right? Because I'm like, oh, now I can get paid for this? Sure. Even from vacuuming the floor and mopping the floor and stuff, right? So, and I'm an autism mom. And so my kid thinks the floor is his plate. So it's food on the floor every 2 seconds. So I can vacuum and, make up your bed. If you have a pet, right? Walking your dog or changing out the kitty litter or even cleaning your pets, right? Like if you're bathing them or anything like that, right? Like walking your dog is just phenomenal because you're basically getting exercise, right? Like and spending quality time with your pet. And now that can be counted as you working, right? Or if someone is a dog walker and they already get paid for that, they can also then start recording stuff as well. Um, so, and you said that you have ADHD too. Oh, yes. So this is the type of job that'll be perfect for us neurospicy people. Um, I can't stand being micromanaged, right? Um, I can't, if you tell me to be there at 8, I might be there at 8:30, right? So being able to just log in when I'm good and ready to is pretty great. And so, yeah, so for the work you do, you get paid weekly. Pay is every Monday, right? And so, in order to um, withdraw your funds, right, whether it's through direct deposit or whether you request like an instant cash out, then you just have to have at least a minimum of $100 worth of footage uploaded to your content. So, basically, that's about 7.5 hours of footage. So long as you upload that, then you'll be getting your funds on Monday. Marissa says, I need to do this. I'm always cleaning and washing, folding, hanging laundry. There's a lot to do with 9 kiddos. Yes, Marissa. Like, promise you, perfect. This is right up your alley. So, like I said, whether you're sweeping and mopping your house, or you're sweeping the porch, or your balcony, whether you live in an apartment, that counts. Washing your dishes, even if you're loading the dishwasher, right? Like if you want to take the shortcut and load the dishwasher and put the dishes away and just take care of the task that way, then that still counts, right? If you know how to garden, I told the people earlier, I don't have a green thumb at all. So that's not me. The most you'll ever see me doing is mowing and cutting my grass, or pulling my weeds. That all counts, right? So I'm outside, even though it looks, a little funny. I'm outside with my little headset on and my camera, because it's like this, or sorry, it'll be like this, and I'm recording me mowing my lawn, and I've always just been, I don't know whether we want to say cheap or frugal, where I don't want to pay someone to mow the lawn, so I'm doing it myself. And now I'm compensated for it as well. So it's a win-win for me, as a homeowner, because, I'm trying to save funds any way possible. Every penny counts. Um, and so like the pay that I received this week, it was like $107.38, right? And I'm like, granted, it's not life-changing money. It's not about to pay all of my bills by itself, right? But that's $107.38 that I didn't have at first, right? So that can go towards something, whether I'm just want to treat my family to Uber Eats or DoorDash that week because I'm tired of cooking, right? Like, but the good thing too about the app that I was telling some people is that it's not just for residential. There's actually two parts to the platform. So people can actually, there's a commercial side of the platform as well, right? So basically the work that people do, like that they get paid to do, they can record different tasks. It's a whole list of separate tasks for commercial people, right? So like if your husband, or friend or someone does construction for a living, they can be recording that. If they work at a warehouse sorting packages and labeling things and or stocking grocery shelves or anything like that at night, um, and labeling it like with prices and stuff, those count as tasks. And get this, even like doing hair, right? Hair stylists, nail techs, all of that counts um, as a task on the commercial side of things, right? So even if you're not in a hair salon doing hair, but you do hair for a living, you can be recording that, even if it's out of your home. You can be recording that as an extra task. And oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. So, Marissa, this would be perfect. You say he does demo and you guys own a lawn and landscaping company, for sure. So let me explain. I'll open the app so I can give you some more details since this is helpful for you. Um, so, okay, so right now I'm on the commercial side already. And let me see. Agriculture, planting. So whether they're doing seeds, whether someone, is a farmer, right? Animal pen cleaning and waste removal, automotive, a mechanic. They can be recording themselves fixing cars and now getting a little bit of extra money on the side for the work that they're doing. And again, it doesn't matter if it's in a specific big name shop or not, or whether it's your business that you run out of your house or in your yard or whatever, right? If it's a profession, you can do it. Um, so AV and cable management, battery testing, brakes and rotors, right? So again, car mechanic stuff. Butcher meat cutting, right? So everybody in our grocery stores or small time butchers, that counts, right? So if you're in the back cutting up the meat and stuff like that while you're at work, you could be wearing the headset as long as, again, like that your company is okay with that. Or if you own your own company, then, it pays to be the boss. Um, but yeah, so people who wash cars for a living, people who change carpet, pull out carpet, replacing carpet, cart basket retrieval. So the people that are in the parking lot collecting the baskets, like at Walmart and stuff like that, they could be having the headset on, right? And so again, every 30-minute upload is getting them that $6.50, right? Because the maximum time that each upload can be is 30 minutes. But you, long as the task is still showing as available on your app, then you still can log in to that task and hit start task, and it'll allow you to do it again. And let's say, Marissa, since you were saying like that, you're a mom with 9 kids, right? So things always come up unexpectedly, right? So let's say you were washing dishes and then one of your kids started having a meltdown, right? Like, and so you only did 10 minutes of work. Submit that 10 minutes, right? Long as it's anywhere from that 0 to 30, you're getting compensated for it, right? So the 15 minutes is like $3 and something. 30 minutes, so a half an hour, you're getting 650, right? If you do 45 minutes, then you're getting 9 something. And if you do the full hour, then that's $13 an hour. So hopefully that makes sense to you. But what I do want to tell you, also, since you have kids and we're on the topic of kids, for the security and safety of our children, we're not allowed to have our kids in the videos, right? So if they're making noise in the background or something, that's fine. You want to try to minimize the noise as much as possible, but you can't do but so much, right? So that's okay. But we don't want our children to be in the actual video footage, right? So if I'm cleaning or whatever, I'm just like making sure my son is out of the way or whatever, like occupied. If someone else is watching him or he's sitting playing with his toys or whatever device, and his snacks, then I may try to do something like away from him or even do it when he's asleep, right? because that's another thing too. Again, you're not being micromanaged. You can do this whenever you want. If it's when your kids go to sleep and it's now midnight and you decide that you want to do laundry and fold clothes or whatever, you can. You can clock in and out whenever you want to. And let's say that you was really getting to the money, right? Like you did several hours already that day and you went over 8 hours. That's okay. 9 hours, 10 hours, 11 hours. That is okay. As long as you are recording footage that is of the actual task that they have listed, right? So, yeah. So as far as like then 40 hours a week, someone can go above that. There's no limit, right? There's no limit on, oh, like overtime. Obviously, there's no overtime pay as far as like an extra increase in earnings, right? So it's basically just like I was comparing it to the gig work of doing like Uber Eats and DoorDash and things like that. Same kind of concept, just now it's about you walking around, whether it's your house or your job site, and recording that, uploading it, and getting paid for it. It's very simple. Um, so, and like one thing I do, again, because like I don't want to be like completely bored. So, like, and I don't know when I already said the part about me being ADHD and just like completely distracted or not motivated to clean or bored, or even if I'm like tired or something, put on your headphones, listen to music, right? Or I'm in here, like I might bring my big pile of laundry in my room because I can then watch my favorite show, Grey's Anatomy, of course, right? And I could have that, I turn the volume down so it's not all loud or whatever. But I could be watching that and hanging up my clothes, and now I'm getting paid for that, right? Um, so this stuff is really like a win-win situation. And I don't even know if I already told you on the residential side. So meaning as a personal task, walking your dog, going grocery shopping. I spend like an hour minimum in a grocery store because I got to look at all the big bag snacks that I want. And that's fine. Browsing the aisle and all of that stuff, that counts as a task, right? That's a part of what you have to do to survive. That's a residential task. Um, Even when you're shopping, excuse me, if it's not groceries, like let's say you're doing your kids back to school shopping for school supplies or clothing or something like that, you could be recording that. That counts, right? So let's see where we are, because I got to remember what I even said or didn't say at this point. So does anyone still have another question that they could think of? Oops. Sorry, I got to plug up my phone. Did I already say if you don't get the $100? So I did say how it has to be $100 minimum to cash out. Let's say if you're sick, right? I don't want to put no bad juju on anybody, but let's say if like you're sick or something, an incident comes up and you can't do it, then the hours that you did do or minutes that you did do, that's just going to roll over to the next following week. So do you have to have clean background? As far as like criminal check, they're not running one. um, and so yeah, so they're not running a criminal background check. They don't care if you got fired from your last job, or you told your boss he could shove it. They're not doing all that. Literally, it's a matter of paying for the platform fee and the headset. When you get your intro call, once you pay for that, like you're done. You just now a couple days later, by the time your headset arrives, like in the mail at your home, then that's when you join the orientation call. And so during both the intro and the orientation, it's group based. So how like right now we're chatting in a group, but on Teams meeting, for those of you that are familiar with the platform, Teams, That's what they do their meetings on. And so if you submit the application, again, it's like 3 to 5 minutes, right? Easiest application ever. Basically, it's just asking for your basic information, name, address, blah, 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 because they got to know where to send stuff and all that stuff, right? And they want to know what kind of phone you have to make sure that they're sending you the right kind of headset, because this is the headset. So, and it doesn't come like this. You have to put it together. So maybe I'll do a part 2, and that'll be like a demo video of me putting this together. So yeah, so the headset, you're basically putting it on like that, and you're wearing it like this, but somehow, some way, then I'll be, okay, there we go. I'll be turning it like that, I think. And so then, yeah, then my phone is basically like this. So my hands are going to be free, essentially, right? And you have to make sure your hands, for the most part, stay in the video, because that's the purpose of what they're doing, is to see the different hand motions that we're making as humans, so that they can use this footage, the video footage, to train robots, right? So if you're like anti-robots or anti-AI, then this probably wouldn't be for you. But the way I feel, I'm like, the technology is here to stay, right? We got to get used to it or move out the way, right? I don't feel like it's going to be something where, oh, they're taking over the world and they're going to take all of the jobs. No, I think it's just going to be extra luxuries that people that can afford it are going to be able to use, right? So like, if we think of the Roomba vacuum cleaners, how many people goes out and buy those unless they can afford it, right? That's using that same type of technology to navigate your home and, get around the edges and stuff like that, or a Tesla vehicle. Obviously, your everyday person isn't having an electric vehicle that then can drive itself, right? Like Waymo and all that stuff. It's for the people who can afford it, and for the people that are comfortable using that type of technology. So did that answer everything? Sorry. Okay, let me know if you guys have any more questions. I'm going to try to see if some other people are trying to message me to join. Thank you, Marissa. I'm trying. So the link to the application, it should be in my bio, and, definitely I would love any support, if you guys want to subscribe to my channel and stay notified of other positions that are similar to this, or like I said, if you know people, how Marissa was saying, oh, my husband can do this easily, right? Like if you know that you got a cousin, brother, sister, whomever that can benefit from this type of work, your sister that do hair, right? Your brother that's a barber, not Barbara, Barbara. Um, people again that warehouses, easy. People that do trucking, right? Because I'm not sure if I read that part already out loud, where it was like packing and like unloading the trucks and the pallets and all that stuff. That's on the commercial side. That counts. I'm glad you like it though, Marissa. So yeah, so the information can be found on my Facebook page, and which is under Shante Forbes. So SHANTEFORBES. Sorry. And then it also can be found on here. But I will. Since you did talk about someone asked about the background check. Thank you. So let me also just tell you a couple more things as far as requirements. It's not many, besides putting in the application and then being able to pay your fees or whatever. And if I didn't already say, headset was $25. But if you do 15 hours in your first 7 days, then your $25 is coming back to you. So essentially all you paid was $15 to be able to have access to the platform. And that gives you commercial side and the residential side. Okay. But I was talking about the requirements. So yeah, we don't care about your background or anything like that, but you do have to be 18 or older. You do have to be a resident of one of the 50 United States or Washington, D.C., right? And I think that's about it. Be an adult, live in the U.S., pay the fee, be able to work an app, no formal interview, right? You don't have to, like, do some of you get like that interview anxiety? Like, oh my God, what are they going to ask? I can't lie. Even though I'm a whole professional with my professional degrees and everything like that, like, I get super anxious when someone's going to ask me a question, right? So it's not going to be any of those, tell me about a time where you had to manage this, or, somebody threatened to beat you up and you didn't do X, Y, or Z, or you saw the cash register open and did you decide to take the money or not, right? Like, you're not getting none of those questions, right? So the first intro call or interview that it might say on the email that they send you, it's not an interview. It's literally a meeting with like 100 other people that applied and the person who's running the meeting, right? And then he's just doing like what I'm doing, telling you about the company. And then for the people that want to proceed, sending you the link to go ahead and buy your headset and stuff like that. And then you'll get the headset a few days later through Amazon or whatnot. You do have to buy it through them, unless if they change something, I'll definitely try to update you guys. And right now, so someone asked a question earlier, like, what about meta glasses or like recording it some other way? So unfortunately, it does have to be recorded from your smartphone because that's how we're downloading the app, right? So whether you have iPhone or Android, you can download the app, but this is just not one of those jobs that you download an app first and then try to sign up like a Uber or something where you could just sign up on your own. You have to go through the application process first, which is easy breezy. And then they will assign you like your login information and whatnot and help talk you through how to set up your headset and how to log into your profile, how to upload the hours and stuff like that. And on that orientation day, if you already got all your stuff, you already understand what to do, you're good to log off and get started immediately. So I'm like, for me, I was definitely thankful because I'm like, hey, it's extra funds that I didn't have. And for the most part, it's stuff that I already had to do anyway, right? We got to wash our dishes somehow, some way, right? So at least now that I'm washing them with a headset on, I get a little bit of a few dollars, right? We got to clean, right? I posted on my Facebook the other day, like a picture of my shower, right? Because I finally got down on my hands and knees, scrubbing all the grout, like in between the tile and stuff. I spent like 45 minutes cleaning my own shower. They can't tell me how quick or how short or long that it takes me to clean the shower. So I'm doing everything I can to keep that thing sanitized and clean and all that kind of stuff. And submitted that. That was like $8 and something. Does it have to be a certain type of phone? I think long as your phone is like within the past few years, then you probably should be fine. But I do know, as far as like, obviously depending, like you can have, one of those, I don't even know if they make them anymore, but anyway, I know Android or Samsung or somebody used to have like those big note phones that are like this wide, right? Now, obviously that type of thing may not work because it may not fit within the device, right? So, it won't fit like in here. So it goes like that, right? Well, sorry. Actually, when you have it on, it's going like that because it needs to use this camera to look at the task. And then you just tighten the screws up so your phone doesn't fall out. You want to make sure you hit record, right? Because like social work, which that's my background, sorry for people who didn't know, or if people work in hospitals and medical settings or something, right? And they're like, if it's not written down, it didn't happen, right? If you're not documenting your stuff and covering your butt, it didn't happen, right? So then that's how you can get in trouble with something. So in this case, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. That's basically, if you didn't record it, they don't care, right? There's no, let me call HR and tell them that they owe me 30 minutes because I did just clean up my whatever. Did you record it and submit the video? Because if not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count, right? So that's probably why it's good to, like, first try to start doing it in like little increments, like until you start getting used to it. So I've only made the mistake once so far. When I was mowing my lawn, I must have like hit the button somehow and it turned off. So it was a bummer because I was doing a lot. That's when I was getting down on my hands and knees, pulling weeds, sweating outside in the heat, dripping sweat. But it's okay. We live and we learn. So hopefully that answers the question for you. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but they will tell you and talk about the device that you have in the meeting. But like I said, if it's any like modern Android or iPhone of today, then you should be good to go. Obviously, you can't do like a flip phone or something like that, right? Because it has to be able to be like this so that it's seeing your hands, right? They're looking at the movement of your hands so that the robots can then try to mimic what we do with our hands professionally or around the house. So thank you guys for asking some really great questions. Let me know if I missed anything or if there's still something that you're thinking of. If you do have kids or someone that's in your house that's at least 18 and up, for the parents that hasn't kicked their children out the house yet, and they don't have a job, hey, easy. They don't have no experience. They can't get hired somewhere. Let them sign up for this. Go cut the grass, boy or girl, whatever. I definitely taught my daughter how to cut grass, right? It's like, I don't give a crap about the gender. We're out there getting our exercise and helping to take care of this house because you live here, right? So, but yeah. So still available for questions. I'm just going back to see if other people are trying to join. Okay. So, yep, still sticking around. I'll be here for a while. So if you do have something that you need to do and you think of a question in a little bit, then I'll still be here for a little while today. And then I'll probably be trying to do like a part 2 or something, just for like people who maybe missed the opportunity to join. Is the device heavy? I wouldn't say it's heavy. However, if you're very sensitive, like I am pretty super sensitive, like even right now, I think just having this on is part of what's causing the headache that I have right now, like a migraine tension thing. So yes, sometimes it can bother me, so again, but if I get tired, if I'm not feeling well, I'm done, right? I'll come back to these dishes later. I'll save these dishes until my headache is gone so that now I can record it with this, right? But you can adjust the straps. So let's see right here. So you can make it like tighter, looser, depending on the shape of your head or size of your head. You can adjust that. And this part right here. So the top part and also the sides, it can be adjusted. Good question. Thank you. I don't think anyone asked me that already. Thank you all for supporting this channel. I really appreciate it. If you haven't already, liking, commenting, and subscribing would be totally helpful. Sharing this information with others would be totally helpful. Obviously, not required, but I do definitely appreciate any support that you're able to give. Okay. You're welcome. I definitely hope that it's something that can be helpful for you, or that, you can actually benefit from. Um, for me as a special needs parent, as I also have, I think I already told about the ADHD, but I also deal with chronic illness, right? So I have an autoimmune disorder that causes me to be frequently tired. And when I say tired, I mean like heavily fatigued, right? And so I might all of a sudden need a nap at 2 p.m. So I love it, right? I can just go ahead and clock out, take my little nap. And then if I decide that I feel better or whatever, and I want to get back to it, then I'm free to go and do what I got to do. Okay, so Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 Hi, so someone just joined. I'm not sure who it was. Oh, yeah. Hello. Hi. Do you have any questions about the High5 work from home gig opportunity? If you have questions, please put it in the chat. Okay, 1 second. Hi, Maya. Okay, so the link, hi, I'm doing good. How are you? I hope you are well, and thanks for joining me. I know it's getting late for some people. So how do you sign up? The link, my referral link should be in my bio. And if you don't see it there or somehow it doesn't let you click or copy and paste it into your web browser, it's also on my Facebook. Matter of fact, I guess I should put that, my Facebook name, for the people that may not already follow me on there. And the application is, I don't know how much you know about it already, but it's only like 3 to 5 minutes long. Simple. Sorry. Okay. Maya, let me know if you have some other questions. All right. Like if you need me to explain what the job is about, or what happens after you submit the application. Oh, beautiful baby. Oh my goodness. All right. Hi, I'm not sure if someone new had just came in the room. If you have any questions, please let me know. There. So I don't forget. Hello. Hi, I'm not sure who just joined, but do you have any questions related to the High5 work opportunity? If so, let me know. You can put questions in the chat. Hello. Here to answer any questions. Let me see. Hello. If you have a question, can you put it in the chat? Hey, Mike. I think, okay, yeah, I'm reading that right. Hi. So you can sign up the link should be in my bio on my YouTube channel, but it also is on my Facebook channel. So I put that in the thread. The name is Shantae Forbes, just in case you have any issues like with it on YouTube. But even if it doesn't like look like a link, you should be able to like copy and paste the hyperlink and post it into your browser, and then it'll go there. Simple application, 3 to 5 minutes. Asking like basic questions: address, name, phone number, contact information. You're welcome. Do you know about the actual job, or do you want to know more about like what it entails, or are you already familiar with this? Okay. Oh, your name is Angela. Okay. The wife, LOL. I don't know what it is or entails. I like more info. Got you. 1 second. So, it's basically a platform for like gig work from home, right? So, like, just how you think about Uber, Instacart, those type of things are gig work. And so, um, but this particular work is through a company called High5, and the point of it is to train robots, right? That sounds really technical, but it's simple. We're doing video recordings of our chores and basic tasks. We're uploading that. We're recording it like on our phone. We're uploading it, and they're using that information to train robots, like AI type of stuff, right? So like how we have like the Roomba vacuum cleaners, or like Tesla car, right? Like that involves some type of computer programming and AI intelligence to make those type of things work. So it's a similar concept, and so if somebody's like anti AI and they think like it's the devil or something, then this might not be for them, or this it's going to take all our jobs. It might not be for you. However, the way that I like kind of think about it is like the technology is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. It's going to keep advancing. And it's like, for me, it seems like we either get on the bus and get with it or move out the way. And so, but also it's like, okay, let's say if these robots can eventually wash dishes, is the everyday household going to be able to afford it? Right? Like, how many people even have a Roomba that you know? Right? Some people can't even afford that, just simply vacuuming alone. So all these tasks that we're teaching it, it's going to take a while, at least my assumption or whatever. I can't say for sure, but I'm assuming it's going to take time. And I'm assuming that whenever these things do become available, I'm assuming they won't be cheap, right? So it's not replacing everybody's job, because it's not going to be something that's cheap for the everyday person to have. OMG, I know about this. I've seen it and definitely am interested. I could never find out to do it. I use AI daily for personal stuff, and you're right, it is here. So cash in on it. Yes, agreed. So that was one of the reasons, like, how you just said that you heard about this already, like, or heard about something like this, like, and there's different companies that are doing stuff like this, like, so you're going to see it pop up like on your social media, because they're paying for advertisements and stuff. But a lot of people, they either like instantly ignore it, or they're thinking like, yeah, right, this is a scam. Like if I post on my social media like, oh, I got paid to clean my house today, people are looking at me sideways like, how? Like, that's not making sense. They be like, oh, you want to come clean my house? No, I'm telling you that I got paid to clean my own house, right? So because I don't know if you saw this part already, like the headset that you see the people wearing, like if you've seen like a ad for it. So it goes on your head like that, and then your phone will be in it. Sorry. Your phone will be in it. Nope, wrong way. This way. And then you lock it up, you tighten it up, and then you turn it, right? So I basically have it a little backwards. But anyway, you get the concept. So it's on your head like this while you're doing stuff all day. So, Angela, do you do other stuff like for a living, like just besides like your residential stuff? But hold on, let me explain. So residential, like I said, is house task. Walking your dog, if you have pets, that counts. Bathing them, changing your kitty litter, those are tasks. So besides cleaning, washing dishes, vacuuming, laundry, right? The other day I took the time out to finally clean my stove, because who likes cleaning the oven? No, not me. It's like, that's once in a while, but now I have the incentive to be able to clean, like now I'm more motivated to do it. So I got down on my hands and knees and got to recording. Hey, Mary Gonzalez. You don't have to record for a maximum amount of time. During the orientation, you might hear them say, try to make the video 30 minutes, because it can only be up to 30 minutes. So maximum of 30 minutes. So they're going to try to tell you to do that. However, if you have an emergency, you got to run to the restroom, or your kid needs you, or whatever, right? Or you get a headache, you can't do this no more because you want to go lay down, submit the task that you did. Even if it's 15 minutes, you're getting paid for that, right? So if it's $13 for the hour, then all we're doing is doing the math, and every 15-minute increments, then you're getting paid accordingly, right? So for every 30-minute video that's uploaded, you're getting $6.50, right? So, and then let's say if you did 15 minutes, every time you do 15 minutes, that's $3 and something. So you can record all that stuff. Cleaning your fridge, that's another one like of those tedious tasks that I don't do. And I can't lie, like my laundry, of course I wash the clothes, but folding and hanging, like I have ADHD real bad. So normally it's just that stuff is going in a pile. But now I'm like, oh, well, if you want to pay me to do it, then why not? So I'll like have my headphones on, listening to music, or I'll bring the stuff in my room, like watch TV, like put Netflix on. I'm watching Grey's Anatomy, got the stuff recording, hanging up my clothes, because I'm like, now I have more of a reason to give a crap about my clothes being hung up. Um, so, and let's say you have a large household, like a large family, and you have 10 loads of laundry. Long as that task is still showing up, and it should allow you to still click the button. And so if that's the only task that you want to do for the next few hours, you can. Yes, so the link is on my Facebook, and it also should be in my bio on here. So my Facebook is Shante Forbes. But also, if you subscribe and, obviously help support the YouTube channel, then I'll be really grateful and thankful for that as well. Um, so, yes, I did cash out. So my pay for this week, again, the reason that I wanted to come on here, because everybody's thinking, oh, it's a scam. And I'm like, no, I can finally tell you for sure, without a doubt, that it is legit. Right? So I got like $107 and 32 cents or something like that. I did put the screenshot of it on my Facebook. So basically, in order to cash out, because the pay is every Monday, right? And also they have an instant cash out. However, you have to have at least $100 worth of work uploaded before they'll let you cash it out, right? So essentially, that's about like if you do the math, that's about 7.5 hours of uploaded footage. Once you do that, you can cash out. So whether it's to like a PayPal account or a regular bank or something, that's fine. And thanks, Angela, for subscribing. Yes. Feel free to reach back out if you didn't find the application or something and you need you have more questions or anything. But really quick, just in case before you leave, so you said you're on your husband's account, so I'm not sure what he does for a living, but there is also a commercial side to the tasks, right? So the residential side is when you're doing all the tasks that are from home, right? Grocery shopping, shopping at the mall for clothes or your kids back to school items. Those are all personal. Even walking your dog, actually, not just bathing the dog and whatnot, but walking your dog, getting exercise. Now you could be getting paid for that. Or if you dog walk on the side, now you're getting paid a little bit more to walk the dogs. But that's all the residential stuff, right? So then on the commercial side, for like the professionals, like people that have like some type of skill or whatnot, there's a long list of jobs that are available where, hey, if you do that kind of work, you can record it and get paid the same $13 an hour, whether you're on the residential side or the commercial side. So once you join, you have access to both lists of tasks, right? So the commercial tasks can be construction workers, maids, housekeepers, cleaning an Airbnb. Even if you're not working at a hotel, even if you're not working cleaning someone else's Airbnb, let's say it's yours, that's your business, that is your job, right? So you can record that on the commercial side. People that do hair professionally, people that do nails professionally, even if it's not in a shop, if you do it as a side hustle from home or wherever, that still counts. So the only thing that I do have to say about, doing like hair and nails and stuff on clients and uploading that is that you have to make sure minors are not in the video, right? Because we obviously want to protect the kiddos and stuff. So they're not allowed to be in the videos. And if you do have kids at home or something and they're making noise in the background and stuff, that's fine. I mean, obviously you do want them to not make as much noise as possible. However, it's not going to like make or break anything. Just don't have them physically, like their faces and stuff in the camera. So I usually just have my son to the side, or I am waiting till he's asleep, right? Because again, there's no micromanaging. There's nobody to say when I can do this, when I can't. If it's at midnight when he's asleep and I'm still up chilling or scrolling on Facebook, well, not scrolling because you need your hands to actually do the task, but chilling, watching TV or listening to music out loud or on my headphones, then I could be doing my task if that's the time that I have some quiet and some time to myself for a second or whatever. But for the most part, I just try to like shoo him away or something if he doesn't understand. Like my son has autism, by the way, in case you guys didn't know that about me. So he's usually with like a relative off on the side, but every now and then he might still try to escape and come see me or whatever. But I don't do this all day, every day. Like I do it as much as I can. Um, and, so for me, it's like, it's a side hustle, one of many, you know what I'm saying? Like I have other jobs, other professions or whatever. Um, and again, like I said, special needs child, I have chronic illness, that I deal with like a super huge amount of fatigue. And so if I need to be done and take a nap and then come back to this stuff later, then that's what I'm doing. So yeah, so good to know. Oops, sorry. Good to know. Sorry, I'm clicking something. Okay. Good to know. So you can do both the personal and commercial. Yes. Yep. So once you pay, because I'm not sure if I explained that part yet. Um, Once you do the brief 3 to 5 minute application, there's no if you're going to get approved or not. Long as you pay the fee and know how to operate your smartphone to do what you got to do, you're in there. There's no background check. They don't care if you got a criminal record. They don't care if you quit your last job after 24 hours. They don't care, right? There's no formal interview, right? So I don't know about you guys, but I can't stand interviews. And even as professional as I am, like, in my regular setting and professional jobs, like I still hate interviewing, right? Even though I know I have skills that I can talk about, like it still makes me super anxious. And so there is no formal interview. It's like once you submit the application, a calendar is going to pop up. You choose your date and time for the interview or intro call. And basically, you'll be on a Teams meeting with the person who's running the show and then about 100 other applicants or whoever else is joining for the day. And basically, they're just telling you about the company, same stuff that I'm telling you now. And then, if it sounds good to go, then you're paying your fee from there, right? Because they have to send you this. It comes from Amazon, but you're not ordering it through your own Amazon account. You're ordering it through the link that they send you. So that was definitely one way that I knew they were legit because I had ordered it for someone else too. I ordered two of them because one of my relatives was going to do it with me at the time. And but he was having like issues logging in or something or another. So I'm just like, listen, at this point, give me my refund. I'll still stay on the platform, but give me my refund for the other person. And they issued my money. So I'm like, okay, if they were scamming, who's giving me back my refund, right? And then obviously, of course, like you guys asked, as far as like, have I got my own pay? Yes. And so now that's also another reason that I can vouch for it and say, like, it's legit. I set up a PayPal account because for some reason, my Cash App, I don't know. I don't know if it's something I did or I don't know if Cash App is a problem or what. But anyway, it wasn't working. So I was just like, listen, at this point, let me just set up a PayPal because a lot of the little like side hustles that I try to do mention PayPal. So that's something like I will be discussing like other work from home opportunities or other like unconventional opportunities as I can. But really quickly, while I was on the topic of the fees, just so you'll know, like before you leave or whatnot, the headset costs $25, and then the platform fee, so just to have access to all the job opportunities, is $15, one-time fee. And then you have access to both the residential and commercial side. And what else? Oh, and so yeah, so $15, and then the headset is $25. Now, do if you do at least 15 hours in your first 7 days, then you can get refunded the money back for the headset, right? So that $25 can come back to you if you just knock out 15 hours, right? And then essentially all you're paying is a $15 platform fee. And to me, again, it was worth it because the money is coming back to you, right? You can work several hours a day if you want. There's no limit. So if you want to go more than 8 hours in one day, you can do that. If you want to work more than 40 hours in 1 week, you could do that. Now, there's not going to be like overtime pay and stuff like that. Obviously, like I said, it's the same as any other gig type of job where they're not limiting your hours. However, the pay rate is still going to stay the same, right? And also, in case I didn't make it clear, the pay rate on the residential side is going to be the same $13 an hour as the commercial side. Um, but yeah, if you all have any more questions, let me know. Mary Gonzalez, you do your own nails. That just gave you an idea. Yay. However, let me just remind you that the nails is on the commercial side. So like job type of work. It doesn't necessarily have to be in a nail shop, but if it's something you're doing professionally. And like I said, people that do hair, people that barbers, construction workers, maids, hotel workers, restaurant staff, somebody who owns their own business doing any type of catering um, or cooking or anything like that, like those type of skills, they can be recording. And now it's like, okay, you get extra work, right? Even like warehouse workers. When people are like, because it was like a option on there for like sorting packages and stuff like that. Like, so if you already work in a warehouse, like as long as your job is not against you recording, then now you're making more money, right? You're getting the money that the job is paying you, but now you're also going to be getting the extra funds that High5 is paying you for your uploaded footage. So to me, I'm like, that platform fee or headset fee is worth it because I'm like, I can get it back, you know? Um, but yeah, so let me know if you guys have some more questions. I'll definitely answer. Hello. Thanks for joining. If you have any questions, can you put it in the chat, please? Hello, hi. We're on this call today, or this meeting, whatever this is, this live. Sorry, I'm super introverted, so this is, stepping outside of my comfort zone. But anyway, we're on this live today to discuss my side hustle or work from home gig that I do with a company called High5. So if you do have any questions or you need me to explain it, like if you've never heard of it, let me know and I'll feel free. I'll definitely go ahead and start from there. Hi, Ramaya. So, yes, I wish when I did a long cleaning video of cleaning my teenager's room, I wish I was recording because now I could have got paid for that. But unfortunately, um, I did not know about the app at that time. But yes, from my ADHD, body doubling and whatnot, those videos are going to be posted on here, as well as different work from home opportunities. And this one, the High5 gig is one of the easiest that I have found in a very long time. Like, you're literally getting paid to do your own chores. Have you seen that yet? Like, are you familiar with the platform? So one of the reasons that I really wanted to come on here today was that I, posted about it on my social media, but a lot of people are asking, is it a scam? Or they just want to know like how it even works. So I'm here to, confirm that it's definitely not a scam. I definitely have gotten paid. And yes, it is true that I'm getting paid for my own chores, right? So washing my dishes, um, doing my laundry, and I'm not a person to fold or hang up clothes. It's just throw it in a pile. But now I'm motivated to hang up my clothes and fold clothes and everything. Um, oh, yes, thank you. Yep, I definitely have that in the plans, as far as like the other topics that I'll be talking about on my channel. Um, so, yeah, so as far as the High5 task, it's a 3 to 5 minute application. The link is in my bio, and so it's on my YouTube and it's on my Facebook. And essentially, all they're asking you is, like name, address, birth date, basic contact information, and what type of cell phone you have, because your cell phone has to be able to fit in the headset thing that they send you. Like, so this is the strap, it'll go on your head like that, and then this so then you tighten this up so your phone doesn't fall out, and then you're walking around basically with this on your head recording tasks. So are you familiar with like why we're even doing this? um, just in case someone else is listening and they're not familiar, we're recording this, we're being paid to record task of us doing our own chores and whatnot, because the video footage is being used to train robots, right? Yes, it is being used to train AI and robots. No, they're not going to take all of our jobs, right? Like, I don't think that. I don't think they're going to take all over the world. No, I don't. But do I think the technology is here to stay and that we got to either get with it or get to the side? For sure. So I'm like, while they have an easy money opportunity, I'm taking it. You know, $13 an hour to do your own chores. So it's like, even if I did 30 minutes of cleaning, that's $6.50. That's a lunch for the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be anything small. And so it's like, so this is one of those things where it's like, it's just really what you make it, right? You can do as little or many hours as you want, you know? So if someone has the free time and energy to be cleaning for 10, 12 hours a day, like, there's no limit. There's no laws that are like, you have to log out and get a break and all that. You can keep doing it and uploading in the 30-minute increments, then starting another task, as long as you're able to, right? And as long as you have different tasks that are on the actual list, right? Like, even grocery shopping. It takes me at least an hour in the store, minimum, of grocery shopping. So now I'm like, I could be wearing this at the grocery store, looking for all my big back snacks and getting $13 for that. Walking a dog, right? If you have pets, cleaning up after your pets. So whether you have like a cat and you're cleaning kitty litter, or you're bathing your dog, or even, like I said, walking the dog. So now you're getting paid to exercise. Like, again, to me, those type of things are like the no-brainers for how it just makes sense. And not even just grocery shopping, right? Like, for all the parents who are kids are going back to school, you're shopping for supplies or clothes at a mall or something, that still counts as the shopping tasks, and you can get compensated for that. And also, on the flip side of that, there is a commercial side to the app as well, right? And so they have tasks. So residential are basically all the household tasks, and then they have a commercial side where it's people that are like, they have any type of skilled labor, from construction workers and people that work in a warehouse, like, like an Amazon thing or whatever. Like, as long as the company allows them to film, like, so obviously it has to either be a company you own, or a place that's comfortable, with you filming that. But if they are, then it's like, okay, you're making money from work, but also now making the extra $13 an hour from High5, right? So even people that do hair, right? Yeah. So if you know somebody that does hair, right? Even if they're not in a salon, if they're at home doing hair and they get paid for that, they can be recording that, right? So somebody who's doing braids, or a barber that cuts hair, people that do nails. Again, it doesn't have to be in a salon. If you do nails on the side and as a little hustle or whatever, you can record that. People that clean for a living, so maids, or people that like clean Airbnbs, people that work in restaurants, like whether they're cooking or someone has like their own catering business, they can now be paid to cook, essentially, right? They're already getting paid because it's on the commercial side. So they're getting paid from their actual normal 9-to-5 job, but then now they're also being compensated by High5 to record that footage. Even down to like the dishwashers and stuff, the people that are cleaning up in the back, people that garden, people that are butchers, right? So if you know somebody that works in like a Publix or a Kroger or a Walmart in the back, and they're cutting up meats and stuff, they can now be recording, getting extra money. So it's a whole list of different tasks. So hi, Sarah. Do they pay differently for such tasks? Every task is worth the same, $13 an hour. So whether it's on the residential side, whether it's on the commercial side, it doesn't matter which one, right? So whether it's walking the dog versus washing your dishes, they're all $13 an hour. And again, like I said, video uploads are in 30-minute increments. So essentially, for every 30-minute video you upload, you're getting $6.50. Let's say you get interrupted before you upload or before you make it to 30 minutes. And you're like, darn, I got to just do 15 minutes. Like my kids need me or my other job just called or whatever, right? And you can't finish. You can still just get paid for your 15 minutes, right? That's $3 and something. Again, do the math. $3 and some change for every 15 minutes, right? So, and then like I said, by the time it's the 30 minutes, then it's the $6.50. By the time it's 45 minutes, it's like $9 and something that you can be compensated, and the full hour is obviously equal to $13 an hour. So, but yeah, so it's so far I've loved it. I like I said, I've also gotten paid so far, so I can confirm for the people who were thinking like, oh, is this a scam? Like, because a lot of people are thinking like, there's no way a company is paying you to clean your own house. Like, why would they do that? That doesn't make sense. And it's like, well, if you think about the fact that they're using our recordings to train AI and stuff like that and robots, then yes, that makes sense because they're not naturally human, right? They don't know how to, just like when you see those little robots that are dancing on the street, how do you think they probably had to learn that, right? Like being trained by someone, right? Or even Roomba vacuums, right? Or what else? Teslas, right? Driverless cars. We're already in that stage. So it's like, we can't be afraid to show them how we wash dishes or something. Like robots can technically perform surgeries and stuff already, right? So it's like, I don't think this is going to be something where they're taking over everything, because essentially it's like, in order to even afford robotic type of items, right? Like even like a Roomba, how many people do you know actually own a Roomba? Like, are you seeing that in an everyday household, right? Or is that like a luxury to own a Roomba, or a luxury to drive a Tesla or some other electric vehicle that has self-driving features? It's a luxury. So, so it can't essentially replace everybody, and everybody's not going to have access to it. But otherwise, yeah, I'm excited. I seen this thing on, I think it was like Amazon, where it was showing like, it's this like little machine that it basically looks almost like an air fryer, but it's like cooking the meal for you. Like you put the pre-measured ingredients and then it starts mixing and stirring and all that other stuff. So I'm just like, I'm excited. Now, granted, it probably costs like $1,000. So for now, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick to this original air fryer, the $29.99 air fryers, and do what I got to do. But so yeah, but if I could afford it, heck yeah, I would do it. I'm such a super fan of AI and the technology and like where we're going with all of this right now. So, and I'm just like, for parents that are, you have kids at home, so stay at home moms, or you have infants and toddlers and whatnot. It's like, this is just completely convenient that now you're able to work around your baby's nap, or you don't have to worry about childcare. The only thing is that we need to not have children in our videos, right? So like if they hear them in the background, that's fine. But we do want to protect the kids' privacy and stuff. So whether it's your own kids or whether it's like on the commercial side, like if you're doing nails or hair for a paid client that is a kid, you cannot submit recordings of the child, right? So for their own privacy and whatnot. Now, if you're in a mall or something like that, or the grocery store, and a kid happens to walk by, then obviously that's different because that's something that's out of your control, right? But your own children, if they're making noise in the background, totally fine. If they are nearby, then you just want to go do a task a little bit away from them, right? Or let them know what you're doing. So far, I've been doing it for like cutting my grass, because I've always been cheap where I'm not paying someone to cut my grass. And now I have the incentive of, now I'm getting paid to cut my grass. And to take it a step further, if I really was feeling good Samaritanish, right, or like being a good neighbor, and I decided that I wanted to go cut my neighbor's grass, High5 doesn't care whose grass it is. Just cut the grass, but just make sure it's on the residential side. Like if you're not using like all the professional equipment and you're not a professional gardener and all that stuff, because the professionals, again, they have like those similar tasks, but on that side, right? Like the people that probably have like the lawn mowers with all the fancy tools and stuff like that, they want to film theirs in the commercial setting versus the residential. Um, so yeah, if you think of any more questions, definitely let me know. I'll still be here for a while. Got a little bit more energy left still. And even if you decide that this is not for you, I definitely just encourage or ask that, like, if you could share this information with someone. So sharing my YouTube information, because all the support obviously helps the channel grow. But yeah, and then they could still have access to the application for the job. There's no background check, in case you didn't hear that when I already was talking about it. There's no calling your boss, right? So for a person like me who they want to be like, oh, she was late every day. She was supposed to be here at 8 o'clock. She didn't get here till 8:45. They don't care. If you got pending charges or if you're a felon, they're not checking that, right? DUIs and all that, none of that is getting checked. And there's no formal interview. So it's really like, how much easier can we expect getting paid to get? We can do it from home in whatever clothing we want. Obviously, don't be naked, but we can do it when we want, how we want, because who's going to really tell you that you have to clean this way, right? Long as you're showing your hands in the video and showing how you clean and do that task, then it's acceptable. There's no formal interview, if I haven't already said that. So once you fill out the application, that's only like 3 to 5 minutes. At the end of it, there's a little calendar. You choose your date and time on the calendar that you want to be able to join the intro call, right? Or it might say interview, but you don't have to be worried. There is no formal interview. The intro call is literally a Teams meeting of the person in charge and maybe like 100 other people that found out about this that are now applying as well. They're on the call. And so then the guy is just going to be talking to you about the company. And also, like, if it's something that you're now ready to move forward with, then they're going to be basically sending you the links so that you can make your payments, because there is a $15 platform fee and a $25 fee for your headset. Do at least 15 hours in your first 7 days, you get your $25 for your headset back. So essentially, the only investment is now you're paying $15 to have access to the platform. So, which is not too bad, because like I said, you're going to get it back, right? So my pay that I received this week, it was, I cashed out at $107.32, right? Or 38 cents, something like that. But I'm like, okay, it's not paying my mortgage or, somebody's rent, right? But it's $107 that I didn't have at first, right? And it's like right now, a lot of people are struggling. Obviously I can't speak for everybody, but I know myself and many others, everybody's just out here trying to survive and trying to make a dollar. And so, I say go for it, Yep. So the fact that I finally got my pay, that is how I knew for sure it was legit. And that's why I wanted to come on here, because I'm like, so many people are still skeptical. So I can definitely vouch for them that, you do actually get paid. But also, like, even when I paid for the headset, I had paid for an uncle of mine, I had paid for his headset because we were both supposed to do it. And something went wrong with like his application or something or another. So essentially, like they never like contacted him. Like he was sitting next to me like during the meetings and stuff, but they never contacted him. Um, and so I'm just like, okay, at this point, just give me my refund for his headset, but keep me in the system, you know? And sure enough, they gave me my refund. So I'm like, if they were out here scamming, who's giving you, like, if they're scam artists, they're not giving you refunds, right? So that was like the first like thing that made me feel really good about like, okay, I think I could trust these people. And then, like I said, the fact that I did get my pay and stuff like that. And I just set up a PayPal account because for whatever reason, when I tried to attach my Cash App account, it wasn't working. So I don't know if that was just like user error, like if I did something um, wrong or what. I'm not sure. But yeah, so pay is every Monday. And also, you can cash out instantly, but you have to have at least $100 worth of tasks done. So that's a little over 7 hours of uploaded video. And if you don't do enough, right, then that um, money that you earn for that week, it'll roll over to the following week so that you then can, once you're above that 7 hour threshold, then you get, you can cash out and get your money. Yep. So I love it, you know, um, completely simple. It works with my chronic illness. It works with my ADHD. It's about whether I have energy to do it, whether I feel like doing it, whether who's watching your kid, So it's super flexible. I don't have to worry about having car issues like with Uber or DoorDash or something like that. I'm not downing those other platforms, but everybody doesn't drive. Or even if you did drive, gas is crazy expensive right now, right? So it's like to be able to do this from the comfort of your home without someone micromanaging and telling you what to do every 2 seconds and how to do it. Um, so the only thing I would caution people is to make sure you don't make the same mistake that I made. But fortunately, I had only did this once, and that was to think you're recording, but it's actually not, right? Because it's just like, let's say if you have a professional career job where they're like, if it wasn't written down, right? If it wasn't documented, it didn't happen. So um, that's kind of like how this works, right? If it wasn't recorded, it didn't happen. There's no calling HR like, yeah, I did 30 minutes of cleaning my dishes, but it didn't upload. Well, unfortunately, you're gonna have to either do it again, dump those dishes right back in the sink. They don't care, right? Long as they're getting the footage, try again, right? So yeah, they don't care, but they cannot compensate you for any work that you did if it is not on film and uploaded. Okay, so some body doubling of doing our work. I love it. I love it. Definitely, I could start doing that soon. And I'll try to do it a little bit early. So, what times? If you do you have any times that you prefer, or just whenever you can tune in? Okay, 7 to 10, depending on the day. Okay, that works. But yeah, thank you for that idea. So have a great night. Got it. Hello. If you had any questions about the work from home opportunity, definitely let me know and put it in the chat. What are some rules? Hey, Sarah, what are some rules in what you can and can't post? Um, so as far as the tasks are concerned, they're going to be listed individually, right? So if you want to sweep your floor or mop and vacuum and stuff like that, you're going to click that task. Um, but as far as what you can't post or what can't be on the footage, basically is children, right? So we don't want videos of your kids being uploaded and shared with a tech company, you know? So um, or like on the commercial side, if you do nails or do hair or something, long as your client is an adult, you know, then that's fine, you know, and they're okay with it. But nothing having kids in the footage. Now, just hearing kids in the background, or if kids are passing by, you know, in a public setting, like for the grocery shopping or dog walking and stuff like that, then that's okay. You're not going to be penalized for that because that's something that's like out of your control. But you don't want to just be like folding clothes and your kid is sitting right here in the video with you. Like, no, you know, at least have them off to the side. They can make their noise if they want, but just give a little space. Did that answer everything? Like your question about that? Or was there something else that you were thinking of? Mm, mm. Um, do they ever take down people's posts? So it's not public, right? Like when you upload the video, it's going to the company. It's not going to be like on a platform like a social media or something like that for someone to see. Am I understanding the question correctly? Okay, hold on one second. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, totally. I'm reading that as tism. So, or thank you so much. Is that maybe? Okay. Sorry, I'm old. So I'm like, tism? You trying to say I got autism? I mean, not that I'm offended. My son has autism, but I'm going to assume that meant thank you so much. And thank you for joining, you know, and supporting my channel. And I'll definitely be posting more work from home opportunities as I go along.
You know what? I don't think I can do that. Let me read this.
question? Oh, sorry, I was muted. Hi, did anyone just join and have any questions about the High5 platform? If so, you can put your questions in the chat and I will answer them. Hey, does anyone have any questions? If so, please put them in the chat. Let me know so I can answer your questions about High5. It's a great work from home opportunity. Really easy to do. Anyone can do it, literally. Well, 18 years and older and live in the US. But yeah, so let me know. if anyone has any questions, feel free to put it in the chat, and I can answer any questions that you have about High5. Good night, everyone.